They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Slight stumble at the start for Big Rich, but he's recovered nicely. It's Image of Quality who sends out for the lead. Interstate towards the inside. Mr. Einstein is in between those two. These three vie for early supremacy. Big Rich, Green Cap outside in fourth, and then it's Flash Kiss towards the inside and Fiery Hearts at the back of the pack at about 6.5 lengths off the lead. The pace is certainly controlled early on as they navigate the first turn. It's the long shot Interstate who has the lead. Mr. Einstein shadows that one outside in second. A length and a half back to Image of Quality, who tracks in third. Big Rich in the four-path in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Fiery Heart, is to the outside of Flash Kiss, who's at the back of the pack and about 4 lengths off the lead. Mr. Einstein pokes ahead in front, but Image of Quality throws an early challenge at that one. Interstate Shuffle third, Big Rich in fourth. A length and a half to Fiery Hearts, who's in second last, and a length to Flash Kiss, who trails the field. The half and 49 and 2/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Mr. Einstein with the lead by a long neck over Image of Quality second. Big Rich 3 wide around the far turn in third, a half length off the lead. 2 lengths to Fiery Heart. Flash Kiss is out of last. Interstate trails the field. 3 abreast with a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Mr. Einstein who kicks clear. Big Rich on the extreme outside as Image of Quality drops back and Fiery Heart will fire on through towards the inside. 3 across the track as they run down to the final furlong, and Fiery Heart now assumes command. Mr. Einstein second, then it's Big Rich and Flash Kiss 16th to go. It's Fiery Heart with the advantage close to home, and Fiery Heart in the opener at Finger Lakes. Mr. Einstein second, Flash Kiss third, Big Rich fourth. 2 cents, the winning mutual. Exacta $26.98. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Step tardy. Oh, Mrs. Maysel. It's Trade Secret who edges out for the lead. Our Girl Faith on the far outside. Saratoga Kisses stalks in third. Then it's Oh Mrs. Maysel, who's to the outside of In Traffic, who's in some tight quarters, and 2 lengths to the trailer, that is Pure Elegance, as they navigate the first turn. Our Girl Faith is cleared off by a length and a half. Trade Secret rates in second. Oh Mrs. Maysel 3 wide in third. Saratoga Kisses 4-path in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 lengths to In Traffic, who is to the outside of Pure Elegance at the back of the pack as they travel up the backstretch. Our Girl Faith on top, but the lead's only a half length. Trade Secret pestering in second. Oh Mrs. Maysel in the clear in third. Saratoga Kisses gets the rein shaken at her to keep up in fourth. Pure Elegance towards her inside in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead, and 3 lengths to In Traffic, who trails. The opening half and 48 and 4/5. They're on the far turn. Trade Secret on top. Oh Mrs. Maysel challenges 3 wide. Our Girl Faith trying to keep position at the fence. And then it's Saratoga Kisses 5 lengths off the lead in fourth. Pure Elegance 7 off the pace. In Traffic trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Trade Secret who comes off the turn, leading by 2.5, 3 lengths over Our Girl Faith. Oh Mrs. Maysel and Saratoga Kisses on the grandstand side of those red blinkers with a chance to run into the exactas. 16th to go. Trade Secret leads by 4. Saratoga Kisses indeed up into second, but it's Trade Secret in front. Saratoga Kisses second. Oh Mrs. Maysel third. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Shahana who's motoring out for the front end. Play Good, Pay Good's up the inside second. She's a Wild Joker, takes back in third. And then 2.5 lengths back to Shelley up into fourth. Unicorn Cake towards the inside. And then 4 lengths to Practical Rachel, who's at the back of the pack. It's Shahana up the backstretch with a half mile to go, who leads by a length. As Play Good, Pay Good's in some tight quarters. She's a Wild Joker now up into second. Play Good, Pay Good races in third. Shelley's in fourth. as it's Unicorn Cake, who's in a ground saving mode in fifth, 5.5 off the lead, and then 4 lengths to Practical Rachel, who trails the field. About a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Shahana. Shahana has the lead as they turn into the stretch. She's a wild joker on the outside. Play Good, Pay Good is deep on the course. Unicorn Cake finally gets some racing room towards the inside. 4 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Shahana on top, the lead, the length and a half. She's a wild joker second. Play Good, Pay Good's on the outside. And then it's Unicorn Cake close to home. It's Shahana. Shahana's going to win by just about a length. Play Good, Pay Good second. She's a wild joker third. Unicorn Cake. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch part of the entry, the 1A, heads or tails. And they're off. It's Rebel Empire going out for the lead with Stone Guitar. Kegs up the inside in third. And then it's Almond Cider improving on the outside in a joint fourth with Kali's Dream. Norgay's Sandwich in Between Horses, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Second last, Looking Super, who's a half length in front of Gandy Dancing, who's at the back. As they got a half mile to go, Stone Guitar has the lead. Rebel Empire challenging up the inside second. Kali's Dream races in third. Kegs outside of him in fourth. Followed up next by Norgay and Almond Cider, 2 lengths to Looking Super second last, and 2 lengths to Gandy Dancing, who trails the field. They're bunching up the top 5 with about a length and a half a separation, but now it's Rebel Empire who spurts clear by a couple lengths. Kegs up the inside in second. There it has some tight quarters. Kali's Dream is in the clear. Kali's Dream's only a half length off the lead. 3/16 to go. Rebel Empire, Challenger inside outside. Kali's Dream outside. Kegs at the fence. Looking Super's in fourth. 16th to go. Kegs squeezing on through towards the inside. Getting to the lead late. Kegs prevails over Rebel Empire. Close for 30. They're Looking Super or Kali's Dream. Wins in the card for Kevin Navarro. 6:30 the winning mutual. Double $58.66. Exacta $30.12. 50-cent drive. Up and in, and they're off. Photo ID and Go Get It. These two jet out for the front end. Lovely Passion displaying speed. Fairweather Lovers in the firing line as well, up into second. Fifth place, Just a Click, who's about 5 lengths in front of Queen Isla, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go. Lovely Passion on top. Fairweather Lover engages outside second. Photo ID races in third. Just a Click towards the inside in fourth. Go Get It, 3 wide fifth, 7 lengths off the lead, and 3.5 lengths to Queen Isla, who's at the back of the pack. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Lovely Passion leads by 2 lengths over Fairweather Lover, who's nudged upon to go after the leader again in second. Then about 6 lengths back to Just a Click in third as they turn into the stretch. And it's Lovely Passion who comes off the turn, leading by 6 lengths. Fairweather Lover cannot keep up at this point in time in second. A few more lengths back to Just a Click in third. Then it's Photo ID in fourth. 16th to go. It's Lovely Passion. Lovely Passion defeats this field comfortably, winning by 5. Fairweather Lover second. Just a Click third. Photo ID fourth. Scratch number 1, Shake It for the Bird, and number 8, Solo Flight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 wagering. Post. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Halloway broke well. Big Brown Delivers on the outside. Big Brown Delivers has the lead with 1 lap to go. Halloway's in second. Mama's Mini is deep on the course with Renaissance Man, and then it is Wisecracker runs along in fifth. Neil Rock's in sixth. Sanzio's in seventh. High Water Mark is deep on the course, and Belmont Union saving ground is out of last. The whole field's covered by about 12 lengths as they get ready to angle on to the backstretch. 6 furlongs to go. Big Brown Deliver has a lead by 3 open lengths. Renaissance Man's on the outside. Now it's Wisecracker. Wisecracker, Mama's Mini second and third, as it's Halloway's towards the inside in fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Neil Rock in sixth. Sanzio deep on the course in seventh. And Sanzio is about 3 lengths in front of Belmont Union, and a gap of 4 lengths to High Water Mark, who's at the tail of the field. Big Brown Delivers into the far turn, has the lead by about 2.5, now 2 lengths. Mama's Mini launching a rally in second. Here comes Sanzio and Nilrock in tandem. Sanzio and Nilrock are now second and third, and they swallow up Big Brown Delivers as they got about a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Nilrock with a slender lead over Sanzio second. Big Brown Delivers is in third. Then it's Mama's Midi, followed up by Halloway and Belmont Union as they turn into the stretch. This battle between Nilrock and Sanzio continues at upper stretch, and it's Sanzio now with a slender lead over Nilrock in second. A few more lengths back to Mama's Mini in third. Then it's Halloway, 16th to go. It's Sanzio getting the upper hand. Sanzio over Nilrock. Here's the winning line. Sanzio victorious over Nilrock. Then it was Mama's Midi and Halloway. 66 cents. Exacta $48.06. Trifecta $59.22. Dime Super, $67.86. Pick four. And they're off. It's Annunciate who rushes out for the lead. Anointed of God is in second, as it's Yankee Doodle has to tap on the brakes. Maze Love Laffy saves all the ground towards the rail. Annunciate has the lead over Anointed of God and Maze Love Laffy second and third. 2 lengths Hypnotic Flare, mid-pack in fourth. Last of My Kind is 3 wide in fifth. And then it's Yankee Doodle towards the inside, a space of about 5 lengths to Dharma, who gets the reins shaken at her. And then there's 6 lengths to Tam Bam, who trails the field. Well strung out, as they got about 5 furlongs to go in this race. Annunciate, first quarter was in 24 seconds, as Anointed of God in chase mode second. Maze Loved Laffy in the red blinkers in third, and then it's Hypnotic Flare who tracks in fourth. Yankee Doodle towards the inside fifth, a length back to Last of My Kind, who's about 4 lengths in front of Dharma, who's about 4 lengths in front of Tam Bam, who's at the tail of the field. The half in 48 and a fifth, as they got 2.5 furlongs to go. Annunciate taken on by Anointed of God. Hypnotic Flare is in third. Maze Love Laffy towards the inside in fourth. Yankee Doodle is in fifth and 8 lengths off of the lead. Tam Bam goes to the extreme outside into about 6 as they turn into the home stretch. Anointed of God set down for the drive, drifting around, has the lead by a length. Hypnotic Flare. Here's Yankee Doodle. Yankee Doodle getting on track up the inside. Then it's Tam Bam, one from the outside, 5 across the track, 16th to go. Yankee Doodle with the lead. Tam Bam's up in the second. It's Yankee Doodle close to home. Yankee Doodle 2 wins in a row. Tam Bam second. Anointed of God third. Hypnotic Flare fourth. Invaluable Will put Emmanuel De Diego on number 1. Tommy the Torch put Andre Worry on number 4. Bastino Santino. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Courageous Ola hustled for the lead. Saratoga Banker flashing early speed. Fighter Kite defers in third, 5 lengths off the lead. The top 2 are dueling big time. It's Warriors Revenge and Tommy the Torch who are next. Bastino Santino 4 wide up the backstretch and about 9 lengths off the lead in second last. And 2 lengths to No Confession who brings up the rear. On to the turn, Courageous Ola, Saratoga Banker, first quarter mile in a lively 22 seconds flat. The duel continues on the turn with 2.5 furlongs to go. Fighter Kite is to the outside of Warriors Revenge, third and fourth. Bastino Santino's next. Tommy the Torch is towards the inside, second last. And No Confession trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Courageous Ola, Saratoga Banker, the opening half in 46 seconds. Here comes the rest of the pack on the outside. Fighter Kite's into third. Warriors Revenge towards the inside, 16th to go. It's Saratoga Banker, but it's Fighter Kite. Fighter Kite with the trip and Fighter Kite with the win. Saratoga Banker holds on for second. Photo for third. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track is listed as fast. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. The first race. No changes. No changes in the first. Race number 2. Got a late work for number 2, Hoity Moroni, workout at Finger Lakes on September 5th. 3 furlongs, fast track, 36.30 breezing. Number 6, the Blue Wave, is 1 pound over. Race number 3. No changes. No changes in the third. Race 4. Do got a scratch. Do have a scratch, probably better grammar. Scratch number 4, Rockable. 4th race. Scratch number 4, Rockable. 5th race. Number 1, Honor for Mandan, 1 pound over. Late work for number 4, Jason Jett, workout at Finger Lakes, September 4th. 4 furlongs, fast surface, 48.40 breezing. Race 6. Scratch number 5, Connect the Brox. Number 5, Connect the Brox, a scratch from race number 6. Number 6, Wit Dashing Speed. The rider's 2 pounds over. Race number 7. Late work for number 7, Sobieski. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, September 4th. 4 furlongs, fast surface, 50.10 breezing. 8th and final. Scratch number 5, Chaos in Karma. Chaos in Karma, a scratch from the 8th race. Late work for number 8, Only Ladus. Workout at Finger Lakes, September 4th. 3 furlongs, fast surface, 37.40 breezing. That's a look at the scratches and changes for this Tuesday card. A reminder that in 13 days we'll have quadruple stakes action here at Finger Lakes. The $100,000 Lady Finger Stakes, the $100,000 Aspirant Stakes, the $50,000 Ontario County Stakes, and the $50,000 Niagara Stakes. All taking place here at Finger Lakes on Monday, September 22nd. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Yes, as you can see, I have bad news. Jackie Davis not going to make it today to be on the show with me, but she is going to be a regular. We're going to be doing it daily. She just had other commitments earlier today, so we'll be unable to join us. She'll be back tomorrow to go over the Wednesday card. And she'll be on until she does return to riding, which might be shortly. We'll see. But Jackie will be back with me tomorrow. I know a lot of people tuned in probably to hear her picks. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'll do the best I can doing the regular show. What do I say about yesterday? Yeah, we had a few doubles. I mean, Sophia Vivas had a couple wins. She had 2 wins with Michael S. Ferraro. I mean, continue mentioned them yesterday. They continue to win at a high percentage. Kevin Navarro, a couple of victories yesterday. Congratulations to him. And the Emmanuel Di Diego, a couple wins on the card. So, at a few of them. Carlos Camilo had the upset in the last race. Fighter Kite, I think it was just a slight drop in class. I mean, usually Fighter Kite only fires on an off track. You could always bet him to hit the board on an off track. Well, yesterday took advantage of a strong early duel in the last race, and what was it, $26 winner? $26.42. I know we have the new payouts now with the exact change. So you're getting your money's worth with the payouts. But $26 winner was Fighter Kite, Carlos Camilo for trainer Jose Rojina. The other Jose Rojina. Pretty good performance by the 2-year-old filly, Lovely Passion, the 2-year-old filly race yesterday. Today we got the boys in the second race, good 2-year-old race. As we get prepared, as Bill Downs just mentioned, September 22nd, right around the corner, we have the two big 2-year-old events, the Aspirant Stakes and the Lady Finger Stakes, usually over $100,000 purses for those. And we added the 3-year-old stakes as well, the Ontario County, the Niagara Stakes. Used to be they were the prep for the New York Derby. I don't know if those horses go in those 3-year races still go in the Derby anymore, so made them later in the year. Well, we'll look at today's card. We got 8 races on this Tuesday card. First race will be a $5,000 maiden going 6 furlongs. Remember, the early pick 5 stays with this race. This one is a mandatory payout. Remember, the late one has the carryover if nobody hits 5 of 5, but this one must be paid out. Tough time with this race because there's just not a lot of speed in here. There's a few races like that today where there just simply isn't a lot of pace. You got a first-time starter, a horse cutting back in distance on the inside. Feline Treasure doesn't have any early speed. Ex Machina probably could be the speed. That's when I was kind of looking at as maybe the speed of the race. But the 2 outside horses look like the best 2 horses in the race. I mean, it's that simple. And it's not like either one of them are going to be that far back. I like the fact that Stormy's Dreaming probably had a little bit to do with the fact that horse didn't break all that sharp, but ended up sending to the front end and ended up fading to be third in that race. Now, Worry goes to ride for Jeremiah Engelhart, but Louis Perez rode Stormy's Dreaming the race before. I kind of like it between these two off of their last efforts. I mean, Real Aleve is dropping in class from an 11 where he comes out of a good 11, won by a drop down as that Looking at Lee horse, but Stormy's Dreaming had dropped from a maiden special weight the prior start, and that 5,000 that Stormy's Dreaming isn't that bad either. I mean, I don't know where that race came from Rev Parker. That's Aquilano's horse. Man, that horse just took off. Best race that horse has run in his career. Now, Stormy's Dreaming did get caught up in the pace that day, but they went 47. So you're going to get a similar pace scenario here where he's going to be out there with Ex Machina. I don't think that Ex Machina is going to last, so I would think that Stormy's Dreaming, who's got a little better class coming down from the special weight last time, might be able to put the other speed away this time and then just got to try to hold off Real Aleve. That's kind of how I see it. He's probably going to be semi-aggressive and be out there with the pace. Like I said, there isn't a lot. It is 6 furlongs, so he's going to have to last, but he gets first run on Real Aleve, I thought, in this race. Now, Real Aleve, again, comes out of the better race in a sense, but it's not like they went that fast either. They ended up only going 113 and change for that 11-9, but he was running competitively against special weights before that. Logical horse, very well-bred horse by Authentic out of a dam by Speightstown. I just thought with the price, especially in these $5,000 maiden claimers, a lot of times these bottom maidens, it's tough to really have faith in a favorite unless they're one of those horses coming from New York that you just look at it like, yeah, they're going to win today. They're probably trying to get the horse claimed too. But that's not the case here. I thought it was a competitive race. It's a race where you may want to look for a little value, and I thought Stormy's Dreaming a little better price morning line than Real Aleve, who looks to be the favorite. Another interesting one, And I might really like this horse if it wasn't for the lack of pace in the race, and that's the 3, Feline Treasure. Feline Treasure probably wants turf if you look at the breeding, but was running against the 11 and 9s and running decently against the 11 and 9s in a lot of those races. Dropped to 5, and if you watch the trip last race, impossible trip. I mean, this horse was trying to come up the rail. I don't know why at some point he didn't try to get off the rail because he was stubborn, trying to keep coming up the rail, and then kept checking. Hey, you're not going to get through, bro. You got to go around. But he kept doing that, and he lost all chance. He checked more than once, trying to come up the rail at the end. So I thought the horse had a little momentum, and actually ran better. It's just an impossible trip when you're trying to do something when there's no room. But I got him 3rd in here off of that last race, and again with the lack of pace, and of course you have last year's leading rider as well with Caberco aboard. Ex Machina had run against special weights the first 2, showed nothing, but last race actually showed some signs of life, being up close with that early pace. I mean, he sent early to be up with the pace, and he did hang around for a while before finally fading a little bit at the end. Again, they didn't go that fast. It was only 5.5. A little concerned about 6 furlongs if he's going to try to be aggressive with the pace. But he may just inherit. I mean, he might be out there with Stormy's Dreaming in a 47 and change, maybe even close to a 48 for the 6 furlongs. It's just a little further. So I'm going to go with the 7, 6, 3, and 4 in today's first race. Just a minor upside. Looking for the board early. They're playing the 7 a little bit with the 6. Okay, second race is for the babies, the 2-year-olds. It is a maiden race that goes a distance of 5.5. Mentioned the fillies. The fillies race wasn't even close. That horse was. I know the time wasn't very fast for the filly that won yesterday, but at no point did you think that horse was going to lose. Very, very impressive. This race was a little difficult because you got a bunch of firsters. You have a couple horses that have run. The Blue Wave didn't show much, and Hoity Maroney showed a little bit in that one's last race. Maybe the experience helps those. I didn't really love anybody that's making their first start. I mean, there's some decent breeding on some of these horses, but I landed on the 3, High Yield Hunk, and I don't know why this horse is 7-2 on the morning line. I expect him or Holy Maroney, one of those two, to be the favorite in here. But off of the works. I mean, you see a 2-year-old that works a bullet here at Finger Lakes. You got to kind of take a second look. Our 2-year-olds are generally slower, especially slower than the older special weights. Their works in the morning are usually the same as the $5,000 claimer. So I think a 36 work last month kind of stands out. Comes back with a 48. I mean, you look at the works. The last couple are easing off them, slower works leading up to the race, but pretty decently bred horse. Talked about Central Bankers. They run well here at Finger Lakes. The Dam won it was a minor stake that the horse won, but there's a half to this one. It was a big call that was all over the place in Europe. Actually won a Group 3 in France. So there's some decent breeding for High Yield Hunk, who I don't think you're going to get 7-2 on. I'm going to use this one on top. Hoity Maroney, I like the Into Mischief on the Dam side for this. I always like the Into Mischiefs. Actually, not just the Into Mischiefs, but the second generation on the Dam sides have been really good. I know Jacqueline Falk that's got that one. That was a 2-year-old stakes winner last year. That was an Into Mischief on the Dam side. I think it was the Dam side. I might be wrong on that one, but ran third last time. This is one of 2 colts in the race. The rest are gelded, but got some experience. And like I said, the firsters are hard to fall in love with when you look at the breeding and the works. That's why I said only High Yield Hunk kind of stood out as far as who's doing well in the morning. So this horse has had a pretty good work since the last race. And you like the work in the 5 furlongs, and a decent 5 furlong work too since the last race. And he did show some speed. he was up there close, pressing that 47, and didn't fade all that badly. Horse got to be tough in here. I don't see it unless somebody really jumps up and runs off the screen or runs better than what they're showing on paper leading up to their first start. Hoyty Maroney's got to be there in the top three. One of the other firster I thought was interesting, it's the only non-New York bred, I believe, and that's for Arcadio Lopez, Sunday's Currency. Yeah, this one is a Florida bred. I don't know how Angel got this horse. Man, this is a pretty decently bred horse. It's a half to a stakes place horse in Kentucky, Rock's Princess. The dam is a half to a graded stakes winner. So there's some good breeding for Sunday's Currency, and the works aren't that bad either. I mean, this one could be interesting. But 4-1 morning line though, and then 3-1, 2-1, 5-2. Well, they can't all be 2-1 here. The one horse, God's Angel, out of unraced mare, is the morning line favorite. Some steady works, and that's a good sign, out of an unraced mare. So there's kind of a lot of question marks with this one. One thing you know is Linda Dixon and Hector are very good with the young horses. Hopefully Hector's getting better. I haven't seen him in a while. I know he had an injury. But, of course, the sire's been good, especially with young horses, Salamini. So there's some things to like with God's Angel. I don't like the name, but if this one's a favorite, I don't know, I might look elsewhere, and I did. So 3-2-5-1 in an interesting 2-year-old race. See how it goes. Remember, I mentioned next week, not next week, but the week after, the 22nd. Man, time's going quick. It's almost mid-September already. But we got those big 2-year-old events. Not sure if any of these horses are going to be in it, unless they have an impressive effort here. Third race, a 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, that's the question mark here, is the 3/4. Brock Moninoff ran lights out last time, and I don't know where the race came from, because this horse had a few starts this year and stopped every time. But a lot of those races, or a couple of those races, were 3/4. So you make the excuse, well, maybe it was the 6 furlongs. He couldn't quite get 6 furlongs. There's a horse in here, Maddie's Express, that ran him down, going 3/4. He also went 112, but still, Maddie's Express is back up against him. So you may ask, well, why would you like him today then? Because I think he improved. I know it was a shorter distance, 5.5, but by far his best race of the year. I think the pace figure he got for the 21 might be the fastest of the season, that first quarter. So, it was only 5.5, and he's been struggling this year to get 6 furlongs, but maybe this horse is just getting sharp. I know it's a little bit of a layoff since that last race. But my only concern, again, is the distance, because Maddie's Express beat him going 6 furlongs. If it's 5.5, you love Brock Moninoff off that last race. But Max Foster, the two of them just went around the track together. And it wasn't like that was a speed favoring track that day. It really wasn't for the rest of the day. It may have sped up a little bit late, but they were scorching it early. And I mean, the final time wasn't great, but he had already put away the other speed and was done with him. It was only 5.5 again, but the question is going to be 6 furlongs. Nobody's really going to be able to go with him, and that's the thing. I know it's a little further than he's wants to go lately. I mean, overall in his career, he's got a good record going 3/4. So he may just be able to control the pace and keep going today. Got him on top. Mr. JT, always thought this horse is better than 5,000 claimers. He just had a lot of troubled trips against the 11 and 9s. They dropped him to 5 and got a perfect trip on a good inside day to win. Unfortunately, had trouble again last time. So this is the bad luck horse that you got to, he just gets in trouble. But if he could get a clean trip here, maybe he could chase down Brock Moninoff. I like him at a little bit of a price. If somebody's going to beat Brock Moninoff, it's going to be either him or Maddie's Express. Unless they completely stop, then you can make a case for Trap the Dream or Double Shot, who's been facing tougher too. So, David Iola's the two giant killers seem like the Murph and David Iola. They're the ones that pull off the upsets. But I'm going to go with Mr. JT for second. Like I said, this horse has got a little back class, was running against better, and I think he's better than 5,000 claimers. And it's just troubled trips are his problem. Again, Matty's Express ran down Brock Moninoff going this distance, going 6 furlongs back in mid-July. Now, has Brock Moninoff improved since then? I'm taking a shot that he has because I like him today, but I mean, he comes out of a route, and I know David likes to go sprint to route with his horse. It seems to work for him, and this is one that's cutting back today. And look for him to be rolling late. If Brock Moninoff stops, he could get first run on Trap the Dream of the closers. Mr. JT may get first run stalking, but I'm going to go with a 5-4-1 in this race. The other barrel trainee, Bussin Pietre, probably forced to rate, and Flores opts to go to Brock Moninoff, so that kind of pushed me that direction as well. Okay, fourth race. We are going to start the late pick 5 with the fourth race. Scratch the 4, Rockable. And like the earlier race I was talking about, this is another one that lacks any kind of early pace. Even more so as the early race. I mean, you look at this one. Delaware Boys is known as a closer in a lot of allowance races, 11-9s against tougher. Might actually be with a speed today. That's how slow the race is early. Interchanger with no name, Four Eyes, none of them have good early speed. Hair on Fire's on the outside. I mean, he used to have a little early speed. You look at the pace figures, and even if you look at the form or use your Brisnet pace figures, whatever you use, they're pretty evenly matched from a pace standpoint. There's no speed in here. That the Delaware Boys might even be able to hold the rail. And even if he does it, I think he's just the best horse in here. He has been facing tougher, gets class relief, dropping to 5. I mean, you just look at the races he comes out of. They're just better horses. Give him a big chance today. I got a long shot for second. And like I said, they're all evenly matched. Interchanger, I didn't use him in the top 3 today, but he probably just somehow finishes 3rd or 4th every time. Four Eyes is more of a chase and hold type horse. Maybe he gets the lead if he's aggressive. I mean, I know he chased the whole way after the speed of Smile Takes Charge. But With No Name should be close up throughout, too. It's not like he doesn't have the same kind of tactical speed as the rest of them. And I'm looking at the foul job that he did with Image Equality. I mean, he just kind of got out there with Image Equality from the rail position and held on to be second. He followed it up with, we used changing tactics, closing to be third, showing some versatility. And he chased the lone speed, Smile Takes Charge last time, along with Four Eyes and others. And he's got a better post than Four Eyes here. Again, I mean, Four Eyes was outside of that race too. But the big thing is, they're shortening up to 5.5. They might be all bunched up in this race because there's no true front runner and no true speed. So then you kind of look at the post positions in a sense. With No Name could be up there close throughout. And this horse is longest shot in the morning line. So maybe he can add value. No better or worse than a lot of the other ones in here. Four Eyes, also tactical speed. I mean, he's set with everything he had last time to chase after the speed of Smile Takes Charge. And he ran well to hold. I mean, he never really made a move on the horse, though. He just kind of held his position. But that's a good sign. He never backed up either as he's chasing the whole way. So they just kind of held their positions in a race that didn't have a lot of speed. They're shortening up to 5.5 today. I don't think he's going to be able to get the front end. He's one of them that has tactical speed. Again, they went slow last time. They're going to go slow again today because they're probably 47 and change. So he could be in range, and he's another one that's got a shot to win race number 4. Paceless race, you can make a case for Interchanger. He just doesn't quite get there. drive-throughs coming off a win. Here on Fire's dropping. Maybe a good all-button race. I'm going to go with the 1-3-5 though. I don't think so. I think the way I say that, I think the Delaware Boys is just the best horse, and on the inside, I'll say it like this: either the Delaware Boys wins, which I think he's got a good shot to do, or it could be anybody. How about that? Fifth race, maiden claimer, 11-9. This one goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Tricky race. Yeah, it might be one of those cases of awaiting trial, third, second. Finally just finds a field that he can beat. It's hard to like anybody else in here, to be honest with you. You look at the numbers of some of these other horses, a couple of them are dropping from a special weight, but the seconds to Drive Through and Trojan Mule, granted, I mean, Drive Through I didn't really like in the fourth, but granted, there are no world beaters that are beating him, but he's always right there, and this field might even be weaker. It's a questionable field. Disco Dancer was sent to the front, had a loose lead, and stopped before they got to the half. Jason Jett, I don't know what to expect from that one. He's dropping. Naimissimo, no real excuse last time. Honor for Mandan, he's cutting back in distance, but it looks like he's better going long. And the tricky one is the outside horse, who's absolutely needs a route based on his breeding, but doesn't go long. I mean, he's a big brown. I don't know what to think of that horse. I mean, he's running against tougher. Clearly, he's dropping, but he's also coming off the turf. Yeah, I'm looking at the 6. This is the second foal of that dam. The first one is still a maiden. The dam has no siblings. But one thing you say, we've seen a few big browns, actually a few of them for Ralph D'Alessandro, that are running very well when they come here, but mostly in route races. So I'd like to see this one go long. His last race was long on the turf, and he ran well. One of his better races. So 5.5 might be a little short, but you look at the field, the drop in class. That's why I put this horse in here. So that should read 2-3-6-4. By the way, I just looked up and I probably put down punched in because I got big fingers. Hard with that. I got the new phone with those little digits, so I probably put it in wrong. But I did use the 6 for third, so I went with the 2-3-6-4. But the 2, I thought, you look at the rest of them. The 2 off of the second place finishes, those races are just good enough to win. I guess there's a question of, does this horse want to win? Everybody wants to win. But he should get a trip. You got to figure Disco Dancer will probably send again. Naimissimo will try to take over from Disco Dancer. But Awaiting Trial should be in perfect position, sitting kind of like a pocket trip, third or fourth, and make a move and win. You would hope. You hope it's not another second place finish again. He's knocking at the door. Definitely knocking at the door. But today maybe finds a field he can beat because it's just a questionable field. Naimissimo could be a horse that could improve. Had the 1 start dropping last time. I mean, it's going to be the same type of trip. Disco Dancer's sent out there. Disco Dancer stopped. I expect Disco Dancer to do the same thing. Send out there. Disco Dancer stopped. Naimissimo's took over like right after they got to the quarter. And then lasted a pretty long time against a decent field. We'll see how Real Aleve does earlier in the card, although that's a pretty soft field too. But this one shortens up to 5.5, and I think that's going to help Naimissimo in a sense that he's technically the good speed. We'll say that because Disco Dancer usually stops. If Disco Dancer goes out there, stops, Naimissimo's the good speed that doesn't have to go 6 furlongs. He's going 5.5 today. So he probably holds on better. And I mentioned the kind of I don't even know how to say it. How about I don't even attempt to say the outside horse? Yeah, he's a tricky read because, again, bred to go long, but they were stubborn sending him short early in his career. And, sometimes that makes the horse a maiden too long. I don't know. You want to put the horse in the places where he does his best running. Well, He's at the 11-9. It's a big drop in class for this horse, and maybe it won't matter because he might just simply be classier and better than these. I don't like him as a favorite, though, considering he is better on the turf and better going long. Jason Jet is the other one to consider because he's really an interesting horse. He's only run twice, and he hasn't run since April. But he ran against maiden special weights, so the layoff's a concern. They only paid $6,000 for this one, but was in a race going 4.5, where the speed simply was that opening day. Yeah, the speed didn't back up. The speed was good opening day. The Can't Stand Disco was the horse in the last race that just held on. I think it was a 1-2 speed number if I remember right. But Jason Jet, no shot on that racetrack. So this one could be any kind coming off that layoff. So I'm going with the 2-3-6-4. Very tricky maiden race, that fifth. Taking the 2 by default. Sixth race, we scratch the 5, connect the Brox, 11-9, never won 2. Goes 6 furlongs. There's some big prices in here. I'm going to lean towards the 2 Brewing just because I know he's off a layoff. He's been off since May, but his last start here, he lost all chance at the start. So you can forgive the effort. I guess the only concern for Brewing, if you're backing this horse, is the fact that he's been off so long since May. But he's better than these horses. I mean, it's just that simple. He's dropping to 11-9 an all-time, well, I wouldn't say all-time low. He did run for 75 before. But he is dropping in class against these maiden claimers after, finishing off the board. But let's face it. You got to forgive the effort when you break in the air. He lost all chance. It was a short distance of 4.5. That was back early in the season in the slop. Can you forgive the effort? Yeah, I would say. He's faced tougher the rest of his career. Well, when he did drop to 75, he ran off the screen to break his maiden. So he's better than these horses. It's just a question, really, of that layoff, how sharp he's going to be off the layoff. But you got to think that he should be able to beat this group. And he should have some speed at 6 furlongs, too, to be up close with the 3. The 3 Paint the Line does figure to be the speed here, and that's why I use them. I mean, you're hoping the form doesn't go the wrong way. They overbet him last time. I don't know why they bet this horse. Ended up running 4th. Had a tough outside post. Couldn't make the lead, and it was odds on. This would have been... I mean, our public's smart. We had a lot of good, late money's been good this year, a lot of good favorites, but this was not one of them. But he's got a good chance today because of the pace scenario. It doesn't seem to be a lot of speed. The speed seems to be outside with Trojan Mule and maybe Brewing. I mean, Brewing, I don't know if he's going to be that aggressive coming off that layoff, but he'll stay up close throughout with Paint the Line. But if Paint the Line, for whatever reason, gets a clear early lead in here, he can be dangerous to go all the way. Use him second. Flying in Style, used for third. Yeah, he was up on the pace last time, but I think it was more of kind of rushed up a little bit. He got off a step slow, kind of stumbled a little bit at the start, and then Raylu rushed up to get him into the race. I mean, they did do 23 for the first quarter, so they get him up in there, and then he rushed it. And the thing is, what are you going to do anyway? The winner Play was so much the best that dominated. This horse actually ran a good race, considering. You don't look at the margin of 12 lengths. Play ran away with it. This horse wasn't, despite the slow start and rushing up, wasn't that far behind the second place horse in that race. And that was off a second place finish against allowance horses the race before. So logical horse to hit the top 3, especially with a better start. And how good is that Play? I think he came back to win against allowance horses. Well, he dominated that field. Another Mike Ferraro horse. Another horse coming out of the Play race that I don't know how it can be 10-1 in here, but was running against allowance horses, then ran at Saratoga, started once at the 11-9s, and ran against Play. So finished right with Flying in Style that race. So Perez leaves. He where did he go? The outside horse wants to ride for Linda Rice, so you can't blame him there. Glescano's not coming here. But profitability, I like here from the rail. It's just, I don't know about his running style in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed, but he should get a trip from the inside. And another one that's a win threat at 10 to 1. If you're looking for a long shot, I don't think he's going to be a long shot, but as far as the price early. Yeah, the Burn Rubber is the other one that looks like is down in the morning line, but I don't know. You look at the trainer. The trainer's great. She's one of the top trainers in New York, top trainers in the country. But the horses that she sent here, she's yet to win. And usually the second start over the track for these horses, too, they regress a little bit. So as one of the favorites, it might be one maybe it could be an underneath type if that horse holds his form. But I went 2, 3, 4, 1. All right, 7th race is a 2 lifetime allowance, a good one. I don't see anybody that's out of it. You look from top to bottom, even Sobieski, his last race wasn't good, but it was at Saratoga. All of a sudden he's coming off a win. Who can you not like in here as far as running well against the 2 lifetime allowance? So good 2 lifetime allowance field. Usually they've been softer than this, so this is one of the tougher ones for this condition. But with that said, I do like a horse off the maiden because he was so impressive in the maiden. Didn't do anything in his first start. I'm talking about Cadillac Joe, but maybe he had some issues. He was fractious at the gate. So, comes back. It was a sloppy track, an outside post, pretty good field. I think the horse that was second, was it a stretch out one yesterday? Yeah, I think stretched out and won. This is another one of those that I like. The Dam is by Into Mischief, second generation Into Mischief. And, I mean, he didn't just win that race. He went and won 10. I mean, he tore up the track. That's how fast he ran. Now, did he like the off-track? Yeah, he's got some off-track breathing. I don't think that's it, though. I think he just was feeling himself that day and dominated. Now, obviously, it's a lot tougher field than the field he beat. But if he runs 112, it's not going to matter, or 110, it's not going to matter because none of these horses can do 110. It's as good a field as it is. So let's see if we can repeat the effort on a fast track today. Unless it rains. Was there any? I didn't even look at the weather today. Usually do. Saratoga Warrior. You gotta use this. You gotta like the horse off the last race because that was his first start since December, and he ran extremely well. He ran third that day. I mean, they added Lasix because it was first time 3-year-old. You can't use Lasix as a 2-year-old, and considering how good the field was, I mean, Billy at the gate was there, but I thought considering Saratoga Warrior was off the layoff, in a sense, he ran the better race because he can improve off of that race, and I expect him to today. I think might be the biggest threat to Cadillac Joe. The 4, Swift Bank. Yeah, what can you say about this horse? I mean, he won first out, so that's impressive as it is. It's not always easy to do to win your first career start against maiden specialties. Granted, it was restricted for the 3s, but a lot of times earlier this year, the restricted 3s were better than the older horse maidens. It was a rarity. Then ran third. I mean, this horse has not missed the board. It's not getting much respect, but he was out of condition last time in a tougher one state bred. Now, I don't think it's tougher than, I guess Coin Jar would beat this field. And he had a troubled trip against the one state bred. So don't overlook this horse at 6 to 1 morning line. Again, out of condition last time, back in the proper condition today, and has not missed the board. And I'll throw in the 5, Gray-Haired Gus for 4th, mainly because of his running style. They may get caught chasing Cadillac Joe if he takes over here, and Gray-Haired Gus with his closing style can pass some horses. And that's been Gray-Haired Gus's main issue. Just doesn't have much for early speed. He's a true closer. And I don't see the horse getting tired at all either. He just doesn't have that early speed, and he's got that late kick. Sometimes that running style is tough to win with, unless they get a little pace to run at. Maybe he does. Okay, 8th race, scratch the 5. Chaos and Karma. We finish up with another maiden race. This is an 11 and 9. This for fillies and mares, going 5.5 furlongs. There's the maiden feature day that concludes with this race. Yeah, I mean, you can really narrow this down. And you look at it like this. Unwoke ran a big race last time, running second, and was well ahead of Yearning, who may have gone too fast. I mean, I look at it like that. I mean, that was 6 furlongs that day, and was it Toku? Yeah, I didn't think there was much pace in the race when I looked at it in the morning, but that 22 was actually pretty fast for Yearning. Now, Unwoke was up close to that 22 as well. It wasn't like the horse sat back and made a run, but he took over. Well, I didn't take over, but he passed Yearning and chased home the winner. Again, they all went quick, which was surprising because it didn't look like there was going to be a lot of speed. But with 2 straight seconds, looks like this is graduation day from the maiden condition for Unwoke, just off of the last race. Because she did outrun Yearning. And the other one that I thought with the breeding is the one Classy West. Now, Classy West ran once and did show some speed. And I would expect this horse to flash some speed from the rail. And this could be a classic Purple Haze stable, Chris Engelhart, go to the front and keep going. The dam sold for $725,000 a yearling. Well, this one only sold for $5,000. But so you don't have a problem with this horse dropping in for a claim. Goes first time Lasix, speed from the rail, very dangerous. Use him second. Use Yearning as the other one. I mean, he hasn't missed the board after facing the 11 and 9s. And again, might have been a case of a quick first quarter last time. Got to use them. And only La Deuce will be the other one that I'll throw in for fourth. Had a couple thirds. Ran third for this level as Goody Girl just kind of speed popped the field. Then came back with a third, and then last race was not good. But it was probably a better version. Does show work since that race, and she just looks like the best of the rest. Again, I think I can narrow it down in a sense. Cruising to Win ran good last time, but it was for 5. Sweet Carol James ran for 5. Lady of Mercer's last couple races aren't that good. So I thought this last race, as far as win threats, maybe you could sneak one of those other horses in your Trier Super. But I don't think you need much more than the 4, 1, and 7, and maybe a stretch to get the 8 in there. But those are going to be my numbers for the last race of this Tuesday card. Enjoy. Those are my picks for the day. Good luck with your plays. Be a chance to get some value in a couple of those races, especially a couple of them are pretty wide open. So those are usually the ones you want to throw in a few long shots. Anyway, we do continue live races. I believe tomorrow will be the last day. We'll go 1:15 with that later post time. Then every day is going to go back to 1 o'clock after that. And tomorrow I'll also have Jackie Davis back on the show with me. We'll start around 12:15 tomorrow. So tune in and watch us then. And look forward to the racing tomorrow as well as today. Of course, today 1 o'clock, tomorrow 1:15.
Feline Treasure, and Carlos He's Dreaming. Post time in 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on this Tuesday. Got a field of 7 to go. 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs, maiden claimers. 2-horse battle for favoritism. Even money on number 6, Rio Aleve. 9-5 on number 7, Stormy's Dreaming. Frenchman James going up into the gate. Track is fast. Perfect weather here in the Finger Lakes region. Ex Machina in the line. Chicago Charlie, Rio Aleve, and Stormy's Dreaming. And they're all in the gate, and they're off and running at Finger Lakes. Bad hop at the start for Frenchman James, who's last. Stormy's Dreaming, Rio Aleve, Chicago Charlie. These are the 3 quickest out of the gate, and now it's Chicago Charlie and Rio Aleve who kick on with it. Stormy's Dreaming backs off the pace in third. Ex Machina improving up the inside fourth, now up into a joint third. 2 more lengths back to Frenchman James, who runs along in fifth. Second last, Mano y Mano is about a length in front of Feline Treasure, who's about 8.5 lengths off the lead of the tail of the field. On to the turn. It's Rio Aleve who kicks clear from Chicago Charlie. Stormy's Dreaming attacks on the outside in second. Ex Machina's in third and 3 lengths off the lead. Chicago Charlie backpedals. Frenchman James and Feline Treasure are next. Those two about 9 off the lead. And Mano y Mano trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Rio Aleve comes into the stretch with the lead by 3 lengths over Stormy's Dreaming, who's all out in second. Ex Machina, grandstand side in third, many lengths back to Feline Treasure, a distant fourth. Rio Aleve shaking up on the front end, not home yet. Stormy's Dreaming's on the outside with a final try. Rio Aleve, Stormy's Dreaming getting to Rio Aleve. Stormy's Dreaming wins over Rio Aleve. Ex Machina third, Feline Treasure fourth. Number 7, Stormy's Dreaming first. Second, number 6, Rio Aleve. Third, number 4, Ex Machina. Fourth, number 3, Feline Treasure. 6 furlongs and 114.31. Number 7, Stormy's Dreaming in the winner's circle. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Always Dreaming on a Stormy Smile. Francis Palangeli, the owner. Charlton Baker, the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Francis is also the breeder of Stormy's Dreaming. $5.38 the winning mutual. Exacta $10.88. Trifecta $9.21. Dime Super $4 and a penny. Second race, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time race 2 in 21 minutes at 1:30 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Good finish to the first. Looked like Real Leave had the race won, and just a little bit short late. Stormy's Dream just kept at him and was able to catch him right at the wire under Louis Perez for trainer Charlton Baker. That'll start off the card, the Tuesday card. Pretty much looked like those two, just a matter of which one would end up being ahead. So you get a little better of the price if you use both of them in your pick 5. Second race, a 2-year-old maiden race going 5.5. Exacta tries Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts with this race. I mean, yesterday we had the fillies. Today we got the 2-year-old boy maidens, and you start off with the 3. High Yield Hunk. This one making the first start for M. Anthony Ferraro. Out of a dam that won, I think it was a $50,000 stake at Sunland. One of the minor stakes that that filly won. But this is a have-to. Horse Big Call was all over Europe. Won races in Ireland and Sweden and won a Group 3 in France. So a pretty good one that this one's a have-to. What I like about High Yield Hunk, it does show a 36 work in the morning, working, and that's a bullet of 18 horses that worked that day. You don't see a lot of 2-year-olds get bullets here at Finger Lakes, and High Yield Hunk certainly has been working well leading up to this first start. So give him an edge in a very tricky race. Right now getting a lot of early play. 2 horses have run. One of them, Hoity Maroney, the other one, the Blue Wave. Actually, the 2 Colts are the ones that have run. The rest of them are geldings in this field. But Hoity Maroney didn't run badly at all. I mean, ran well in that debut. I don't know how fast that's going to transpose to these horses. They did run a minute for the 5 furlongs, and they're going to go a little further today, 5.5. But he did show some speed in that race before just fading a little bit and beating 5 other horses. Might be good enough to come back with the experience and run well against these. The 5 Sunday's Currency is an interesting one. He's a big price in here at 10-1. He's the only non-New York bred in here. He's a Florida bred. The dam is a half to a Greatest Stakes winner, Mulroney. This one's a half to Rox Prince, who's stakes place down in Kentucky. So there is some good breeding on Sunday's Currency. Not the fastest of works for this one, but does have a decent work leading up to the race. And, he's a good long shot to use in here at 10-1 because he is a little bit better bred than a few of the other ones in here. The one horse is God's Angel. This one's the morning line favorite. I wouldn't expect him to be the favorite, though. The 3 will probably be the favorite. But, these connections are very good with first-time starters. Out of an unraced mare, does show some decent works. Not as fast as High Yield Hunk, but it's the steady works. And plus, you got a 5 furlong work into him on September 2nd. So, again, the trainer Linda Dixon and Hector are very good with the young horses. They're known for it, so it would be no surprise in here. And it's getting a little play right now at odds of 7-2. So it's a few of the 2-year-olds here for pretty tricky but good 2-year-old event. Exacta tries Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in race number 2.
Coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes, leading the post parade, number 1, God's Angel with Luis Perez. Number 2 is Hoity Moroni and Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, High Yield Hunk and Joel Cruz. Number 4 is King Royale. Andre Worry partners up. Number 5, Sunday's Currency, Rafael Rahina Jr. And number 6, The Blue Wave, Carlos Camilo, the riding assignment. Post time in about 4 minutes or so. Push time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate. Approaching the starting gate for race 2 at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5 1/2 furlongs, maiden 2-year-olds. 6 to 5 on number 3, High Yield Hunk. 5 to 2 on number 1, God's Angel. 3 to 1 on number 2, Hoity Maroney. King Royale into line. Sunday's Currency and the Blue Wave still behind the gate. They're all in the gate. And they're off. God's Angel with a sluggish start, but has recovered, is out of last. It's Hoity Maroney who sends out for the lead. High Yield Hunk flashing early speed. God's Angel recovers up the inside. Really nowhere to go. Now up into third, though. Sunday's Currency races in fourth in a space of about 7 lengths to the trailers. The Blue Wave is to the outside of King Royale, is at the tail of the field. As they take on the turn, it's Hoity Maroney with the lead. God's Angel able to get through towards the inside. High Yield Hunk scrubbed upon to keep up in third. Sunday's Currency wide on the turn in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then about 13 lengths back to the Blue Wave is to the outside of King Royale at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Hoity Maroney turns him in, has the lead by a couple lengths. It's High Yield Hunk and Sunday's Currency bearing down on the outside as Hoity Maroney shifting ground, 1 furlong to go. High Yield Hunk now striking the front. Sunday's Currency outside second. Hoity Maroney third. 16th to go. High Yield Hunk with the lead. Sunday's Currency, final try. High Yield Hunk holds over Sunday's Currency. Hoyty Maroney was third. God's Angel fourth. Number 3, High Yield Hunk first. Second, number 5, Sunday's Currency. Third, number 2, Hoyty Maroney. Fourth, number 1, God's Angel. 5.5 furlongs and 107.46. Second race official. Favorite pays $3.24 to win. Back to the winner's circle. First time starter. Number 3, High Yield Hunk. New York bred, 2-year-old bay gelding by Central Banker. Out of Pretty Pricey Girl. Eddie F's Racing. The owner, M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. And Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. High Yield Hunk, bred by Spruce Lane, Bartolotta Becker, Copper Beach, Dungeon, Gibson, and others. Dime Superfecta, $4.71. Double, $17.02. Exacta, $24.46. Trifecta, $12.38. Third race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Pick 3, Pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts in the third. Post time in 23 minutes at 2:03 p.m.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, and close finish with those 2-year-olds is High Yield Hunk able to hold off Sunday's Currency. Good. It was just a matter of getting the first run there as Joe Cruz got the victory for M. Anthony Ferraro. All right, we look at the third 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs, and you see the board. A lot of play for Maddie's Express, who actually beat a similar field when they went 6 furlongs back in mid-July. Actually ran down Brock Moninoff. So you got the same, couple of the same rivals in here with Brock Moninoff and Trap the Dream. So see if he can do it again. Public seems to think so. I do think that Brock Moninoff may have improved since that race. He cut back in distance a little bit to 5.5, and I was actually very surprised at how well Brock Moninoff ran after he stopped against Maddie's Express the race before. So is he improving? I guess we'll find out today, because that was the shorter distance. See if he can run that kind of race a little further at 3/4. The thing is, there's nobody really that can run with Brock Moninoff as fast as he is in this field. You know, Bustin Pietri's his stablemate. He's not going to go with him, and Bay Bank's not as fast as he is. So it'll be his race to lose on the front end. It's just a matter of him going the 6 furlongs. I mean, he's done well at 3/4 in the past. It's just this year he seems to be stopping at 3/4. Maybe that last race, I mean, he went quick. I mean, that first quarter, to keep going the way he did, was pretty impressive last time. So maybe he can hold on going 3/4. He is at age 10. But, you know, Mr. JT could get overlooked in here. This one had a troubled trip last time and ended up 5th. And, you know, did take advantage of a good inside the race before in a paceless field. But when he was running for 11-9, it seems like he had trouble every race. And he was just better than 5,000 claimers. Seems like he belongs at the 11-9, and should win at this condition. But again, he just keeps finding trouble in these races and not getting the right kind of trip. But he certainly plays against this field, and he's going to be a little more of a price. He's at 4-1. And again, Maddie's Express ran down Brock Moninoff that day when Brock Moninoff stopped. And there's no reason why Brock Moninoff should have stopped after the 23 first quarter. But he came back and went 21 and change and kept going at 5.5. So we'll see at 6 furlongs. Maybe Brock Moninoff just sends out there instead of trying to control the pace with a 23. Maybe goes 22 and change and keeps going and keeps horses like Maddie's Express and Mr. JT from running them down. And that's the key to the race here in race number 3. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3 and pick 4 starts with a third.
Horses are coming on the track. Third race at Finger Lakes. There's First half of the entry, the number 1, Maddie's Express, Christian Navarro. Other half, the 1A, Double Shot, Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Trap the Dream and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Bay Bank, Kaber Koa. Number 4, Mr. JT, Luis Pena. Number 5, Brock Moninoff with Jeremias Flores. And number 6, Buston Pietre, Andre Worry in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Pick 4 starts on this third race. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. 8 to 5 on the entry of Maddie's Express and Double Shot. 5 to 2 on number 5, Brock Monanoff. And 3 to 1 on number 6, Bustin Pietre. Got the blanket on Baybank, who's the first to go in the gate. Trap the Dream. Mr. JT. Brock Monanoff. and Bustin Pietre. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Brock Monanoff and Bustin Pietre. These two blaze out for the lead. Bay Bank emerges in third. Mr. JT outside of him in fourth. Maddie's Express towards the inside in fifth in a space of about 3 lengths to Double Shot, who's to the inside of Trap the Dream. Those two about 8 lengths off the lead. Brock Monanoff has the lead with a half mile to go by 3/4 of a length, now a length, over Bustin Pietre, who stalks on the outside second. Mr. JT with an early move on the extreme outside of that middle cluster in third. Maddie's Express behind rivals in fourth. Bay Bank shuffled fifth as it's Double Shot trying to unwind for the back of the pack into the top 5, 4.5 off the lead. And Trap the Dream is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Brock Monanoff, Bustin Pietre is wide, taking Mr. JT further out. Maddie's Express behind rivals. Double Shots in the grandstand side. They got 3/16 left to travel. Brock Monanoff set down for the drive, has a lead by 3 lengths. Mr. JT, Double Shot on the outside. Bustin Pietre in some tight quarters, 16th to go. Mr. JT and Double Shot. Double Shot now forging to the front. Double Shot, Mr. JT. Double Shot wins over Mr. JT. Then it was Bustin Pietre and Brock Monanoff. Whatever numbers are posted, stewards are going to conduct an inquiry into the stretch run, so please hold all tickets. Stewards inquiry. No change in the order of finish. So the winner's circle, the 1A, Double Shot. New York bred, 8-year-old Bay Gunning by Bourbon Courage out of Elegant Finish. David Ola, owner trainer, and Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey, Spruce Lane Farm, and others bred Double Shot. $4.48 the winning mutual, double $12.56, exacta $46.18, 50-cent trifecta $39.97, times super $15.26. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Rockable, exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time for race number 4 in 21 minutes at 2:35 p.m.
are getting ready for the fourth race, and Iola does it again there in the third, and how's what a price on the second horse, by the way. You look at the fourth; it's a 5,000 claimer, and it's one of those races. We had one earlier. It's just void of any early speed. You don't have any true front runners in this race, so expect a relatively slow pace. And it is only 5.5 furlongs. We do scratch the four rockable. You look at a horse like the Delaware Boys, a true closer in most of his races. You remember him winning races, coming from out of it against good allowance and claiming fields. Today, he might be able to hold the rail on the front line. That's what kind of lack of pace, complete lack of pace, this race has. But he's just a better horse than most of these 5,000 claimers, and he is rock bottom in this 5,000 race in here. So he's going to get some play. He's currently at odds of 6-5. And everybody else behind him is pretty equal in here. You look at the numbers. Interchanger always fires, runs a good number. With No Name, lately, he's been running numbers about the same. Four Eyes did a chase and hold last time against the lone speed of Smile Takes Charge. Drive-Thru's coming off a victory, and Hair on Fire drops down in class as well. You look at the numbers in this race, they're all pretty equally matched. And a lot of the same running profile where nobody has true early speed. They all have enough tactical speed to be with the group. And that's what the race complexion looks like in here. And With No Name is one of those horses. You look at the recent races, he's pretty versatile where he doesn't need to come from so far out of it. He was with the pace from a rail position going 6 furlongs back on July 23rd where he held his second place position. The next race, he sat and pounced and ran a good third. Last race kind of chased a little bit against the lone speed, and he faded a little more than a couple of the other ones in here did. And that's the key. And that's the key with the trips. In a race like this without much early speed, you have to be in good position, and I think With No Name will be. The 5 Four Eyes ran big last time. Never really looked like a threat to win the race. He just kind of chased and followed Smile Takes Charge and held his position against the closer, who had to move sooner than he needed to in Union Navy. Union Navy was the favorite in there, but was against it because he was a closer more than Four Eyes was. So he's in good position that he can hold his position. He can be close up with the paceless race. It's going to be a similar race as last time where he's going to be near that front line and can hold it. And it could be in the top 3 in this spot. And he's going to get a little play. He's at 4-1. And he's run well. He's always been close at the $5,000 level. But you could say that for a few of the horses that are battling in this race. So I thought it was a good betting race here in the fourth. I did like the Delaware Boys, who's going to be the favorite. But after that, it could be, if Delaware Boys doesn't fire, then you're looking at the horses that are pretty evenly matched behind him and might even give you some value trying to bet the exact and trifecta if you do like that horse. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with the fourth race. We scratch the 4, Rockable.
horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is the Delaware Boys and Joel Cruz. I believe the 3 is next with No Name and Christian Navarro. Number 5, a horse named Four Eyes and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Drive Through, Caber Coa. Or number 6, Drive Through, Caber Coa. My bad. And number 7, Hair on Fire, Jeremias Flores. I'm not sure if the 2 is on the track or not, but the 2 is Interchanger and Jose Baez. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. The Delaware Boys, the first to load up. Field of 6 to go 5 1/2 furlongs, 3 to 5 on the Delaware Boys. With No Name going up, 4 Eyes, Drive Through, and Hair on Fire. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Drive Through with a short lead. Hair on Fire on the extreme outside. The Delaware Boys at the fence. The whole field, you could throw a beach blanket over them as they travel up the backstretch. It's 4 Eyes with the lead. Drive Through and Hair on Fire outside second and third. The Delaware Boys shuffled fourth as well as Interchanger in fifth. And with No Name, it's 3 wide at the back of the pack and about 4 lengths off the lead. 3 abreast as they go on to the turn. 4 Eyes, Drive Through, Hair on Fire, first, second, and third. The Delaware Boys gets off the inside and will circle up on the outside. A length and a half off the lead is the favorite, the Delaware Boys. Then about 6 lengths back to the trailers with No Name and Interchanger as they reach the top of the stretch. Hair on Fire, orange cap worn by Flores, now striking the front. 4 Eyes, the Delaware Boys on the grandstand side, a length and a half off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. Hair on Fire, the Delaware Boys. Hair on Fire is strong on the front end. The Delaware Boys a final try, but Hair on Fire prevails over the Delaware Boys. Then it was 4 Eyes and Interchanger. Seven one five two, number 7, Hair on Fire first. 5 1/2 furlongs, 106.05. $24.96, the Windy Mutual on Hair on Fire. 4th race official here, Finger Lakes. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Hair on Fire, New York bred. 4-year-old bay gelding by Flame Away out of Deputy Cures Blues. Bad Boy Racing owns Paul Barrow Trains, Jeremias Flores. The winning jockey, Christopher Shelley, bred here on Fire. Double $43.08, exacta $47.48. Trifecta $49.35. Super $24.24. Pick 3 $29.40. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 5 in 21 minutes at 3:05 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5. We got a congratulations to trainer Paul Barrow with that victory. That was win number 1,000. So he hits a milestone with Hair on Fire, who pulled off a little bit of an upset in that race over the Delaware boys who failed to secure the rail early. And Hair on Fire took full advantage and with the drop in class got the victory. As 1,000th win for veteran trainer Paul Barrow. So he does hit a milestone on today's card. So the 5th race is an 11-9 maiden claimer going 5.5 furlongs. And, early money on the 3, Night Missio. You also got some early money on the 2, Awaiting Trial. This horse has hit the board 4 consecutive times. Talk about Awaiting Trial. So he hit the board all those times, and now he will stay at the same level. Maybe this is a field that he can beat. He's currently at odds of 3-2. Night Missimo currently got 4th in his last race. Yeah, he's definitely a player because he was running in special weights before dropping to 11-9. Real Alive ran 2nd earlier, just missed winning that race, so he comes out of a decent race, and he's a strong player in here. No surprise, he's at odds of 6-5. Currently, the 6th Cata de Major, not getting much plays, the morning line favorite. He's right now at odds of 6-1. Looks like a horse that wants to go longer. This doesn't seem to be his thing, 5.5 on the dirt. Tough to read this one. He's a big brown, so you think on the sire side wants to go longer. The second foal of this dam, the first is 0 for 6, still a maiden. Dam has no siblings, so tough to gauge this one as he does face a lot easier, though, coming in here and dropping in class to face these 11-9 maiden claimers. So those look like the players there. You see a lot of the play currently on Awaiting Trial, Night Missimos. No surprise there. And, they're probably going to be the 2 favorites come post time, but that starts the late pick 4. But again, congratulations to trainer Paul Barrow. Got his 1,000th win with that victory in the 4th with Hair on Fire.
Horses coming onto the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Honor for Mandan and Carlos Camilo. Number 2, Awaiting Trial, Kevin Navarro. Number 3 is Night Missio and Andre Worry. Number 4, Jason Jett, Heman Harkey. Number 5, Disco Dancer, Nasario Alvarado. And number 6, Cata Dia Mejor. Emmanuel de Diego is aboard. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 5. 'And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go. 5 1/2 furlong. Eight to 5 on number 6, Kata Dia Mejor. 2 to 1 on both the 2 awaiting trial and number 3, Night Missio. Disco Dancer into line. Kata Dia Mejor in the black house silks worn by De Diego to the outside. They're all in the gate and they're off. It's a waiting trial who's going out for the front end. Disco Dancer on the outside. Night Missio and the white blinkers in third. Then a length and a half to Kata Dia Mejor, who is shaken up to keep up in fourth. Jason Jets in fifth and 5 1/2 off the lead, and 2 1/2 to Honor for Mandan, who trails the field. Disco Dancer has the lead by a couple lengths over a waiting trial and Night Missio second and third. Kata Dia Mejor outside 3 deep in fourth, 3 1/2, 4 lengths off the lead, still being urged to keep up. 2 more lengths of Jason Jet, who's about 8 lengths in front of honor for Mandan, who trails the field. Disco Dancer has built up a 3-length cushion to work with. Night Missio has picked up a spot in second. Awaiting trial shuffled third. Then it's Jason Jet outside fourth. Kata Dia Mejor shuffled fifth. As they run down to the final furlong, it's Disco Dancer at 23-1. Has a lead by 4 lengths. Night Missio is trying to peck away at the margin in second, but time is running out. Disco Dancer leads by 3. Night Missio on the outside, but Disco Dancer a front-running victory and pulling off a big upset. Night Missio second. Jason Jet third. Awaiting trial fourth. Five, 3, 4, 2. Number 5, Disco Dancer first. 5.5 furlongs, 107.31. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Disco Dancer. New York bred 4-year-old Grey Gelding by Disco Partner out of Vulture. Chauncey Cole the third, owner breeder. Rachel Sells the trainer. And Osario Alvarado the winning jockey. $49.64 to win. Double $146.26. Exacta $163.10. Trifecta $154.60. Super $47.12. Pick 3 $196.90. Pick 5 5 of 5 $7,136.69. Onward to race 6. Scratch number 5. Connect the Brox. Exacta Trifecta. Superfecta. Daily Double. Pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 in 22 minutes at 3:36 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6, and yeah, Disco Dancer stopped badly the last couple starts. He holds on today. I mean, it was shorter distance of 5.5, was the speed, but was able to hold on today, I should say, as he got loose and didn't come back to him. Good effort, much better effort for Disco Dancer. Naz Alvarado, her trainer Rachel Sells, at a big price, wins race number 5. Number 1, 2, 11-9, going a distance of 6 furlongs. The current favorite is the Linda Rice trainee on the outside. The 9, Burn Rubber, lost the shorts of the winner. It was a pretty good one in the condition. After arriving here, broke his maiden for $30,000 in New York back in January. So the first trip over the track was pretty good. If he could improve off of that race, figures to be awfully tough at here, but he's getting a lot of early play in this race. The Brewing's coming off a layoff. That's the 2 horse. He's been off since May, and it was a much tougher group that he was in for the lifetime condition, and it didn't matter. I mean, this horse broke in the air and lost all chance at the start. So he gets a little bit of class relief, dropping to the 11-9, and it's just the big question of the layoff being off since May. The 3 horse Paint the Line might be the speed here. He's at 12-1. There is a questionable pace in this race. He does have speed. When he broke his maiden and then followed up with a two lifetime second place finish, he showed speed in both of those races. He's getting in these races where there's just simply quicker horses than he is, but there's not a lot of speed in this race that Paint the Line might step up a little bit from a tactical standpoint and be part of the early pace. And that could put him around at the end, just being on that front line instead of being forced to chase or stalk right in behind the speed. And the other question would be 6 furlongs if he is able to get the lead and slow it down. But he has not won at 3/4. Then again, it is only a 2 lifetimes, so he's only got the 1 win at a different distance. Flying in Style is the 4 horse. He had the blinkers last time. He was a little slow, stumbling at the start, and then rushed up towards the inside and rushed up towards the speed. But it was a runaway winner that day. Play and Profitability comes out of the same race too. But Play was a much the best winner in that specific race on August 12th. So the margin of defeat of both these horses, talking about Flying in Style and Profitability, they ran together, and probably not much separates the two, but that's how good the winner was. I mean, Play came back to win an allowance race in his next start. So that's a few of the contenders here for race number 6. We are going to start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available in this race.
Horses are coming on the track for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Profitability and Joel Cruz. Number 2 is Brewing and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Paint the Line and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Flying in Style with Andre Worry. Number 6, Wit Dashing Speed, Juan Diaz. Number 7 is English Storm, Jose Baez. Number 8, Trojan Mule, Heman Harkey. And number 9 is Burn Rubber and Luis Perez. Post time in just a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 6 furlongs. Outside, 9 to 5. Number 9, Burn Rubber. 5 to 2 on number 2, Brewing. 7 to 2 on number 4, Flying in Style. It Dashing Speed, English Storm, and Burn Rubber. With Dashing Speed is fractious. We have a late scratch. Scratch number 6, With Dashing Speed. Number 6, With Dashing Speed is a late scratch. On advice of the track vet and by order of the stewards, scratch number 6, With Dashing Speed. There'll be a short delay. Loading up once again. English Storm, Burn Rubber to the outside. 8-5 on Brewing. Got a field of 7. Late scratch of number 6 with Dashing Speed. Burn Rubber going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Inside and outside broke poorly. Burn Rubber and Profitability. It's English Storm and Trojan Mule. These two blaze out for the lead, joined by Brewing up the inside, and Brewing goes from third up into the lead. Flying in Style tracks in fourth, a half length back to Paint the Line towards the inside in fifth. 3 lengths to Profitability, who's 4 lengths in front of Burn Rubber, who's at the back of the pack. It's Brewing is on top with a half mile to go. The lead's 2 lengths. Over English Storm in chase mode second, Trojan Mule outside third. Flying in Styles in fourth, 7 lengths off the lead. And then it's Paint the Line in fifth. Profitability 3 wide 6, and a gap of about 6 lengths to Burn Rubber, who trails. First quarter 23 1/5. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Brewing on top by 3. Trojan Mule second. English Storm shaking up in third. Flying in Style deep on the course. Profitability's outside of him as they turn into the stretch. And it's Brewing who cuts the corner. Has a lead by about 2.5 lengths while drifting out wide. Trojan Mule maneuvers towards the inside in second. And then it's Flying in Style, Profitability, and English Storm. 16th to go. Brewing on top by 3 over Flying in Style in second. It's Brewing. Brewing wins by a length over Flying in Style. Profitability third. English Storm fourth. You are reminded there was late scratch in the 6th race. The number 6 with Dashing Speed. 2-4-1-7 in race 6. Third went to the 1, Profitability. 2-4-1-7, 6 furlongs, 113.62. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Brewing. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Tapiture out of Just Cat. Aaron Racing Stables owns Jeremiah Engelhardt trains. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Davy Bloodstock and Paradise Farms bred Brewing. $5.44 the winning mutual on Brewing. Double $165.84. Consolation double $49.88. Exacta $22.02. Trifecta $13.25. Dime Super $15.32. Pick 4 4 of 4, $940 even. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 18 minutes at 4:08 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 7, and Brewing able to show that little bit of a class edge that he had as Ray Lou got him to the front, and we're getting a little tired at the end being off that layup, but still able to hold on and get the win. Ray Lou seems like he wins every day. He gets the victory for Jeremiah Engelhart and Aaron Racing Stables. Congratulations to them. That'll start off the late pick 3, the last pick 3, as we go to the 7th, as we have 2 more races to go on this Tuesday card. It's an allowance race, never win 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. You see some money on the 2 inside horses, doesn't surprise me. Thought you could narrow this down as Swift Bank also could play in here. But Cadillac Joe was pretty impressive in his second start of his career. He got the lead in that race from an outside position on that sloppy track and just dusted him. I mean, he just speed popped that field and actually was the margin was growing. Not they weren't cutting in it, and he wasn't even asking at the end. So Cadillac Joe, if he can come even close to that performance that he broke his maiden, he's going to be awfully tough to catch. Now, that was on a sloppy racetrack. It was against easier, but the horse that finished second did come back to win his next start, although it was on a stretch out. The 2 Saratoga Warrior could improve off of his race. That was only his 4th career start. First start as a 3-year-old where he was able to add Lasix. And he ran pretty decently, finishing 3rd in a race that he was off since December. So if he can move forward from that race, he could supply the competition, and there's a very good chance that he will. And this is a horse that could be improving. He's a young horse. He's making his 2nd start as a 3-year-old, and there's a lot of chance that he can improve off of that last race. He's getting a lot of early action. He's early odds of 2 to 5. Obviously, a lot's going to change, but it seems like the inside 2 horses are getting most of the play. And look at some of the other ones. The 4 Swift Bank. Swift Bank broke his maiden in his first career start, and interesting enough, they changed equipment after the victory, added blinkers, but he still ran well. He came back and ran a good 3rd, then ran out of condition in a 1 state bred against Coin Jar, horse that's pretty sharp right now, and still ran 3rd against those horses despite a little bit of trouble in that race. So he's back to a 2 lifetime, back in the right condition, usually easier than the 1 state bred. And Swift Bank could be the other one in here. And he's a big price because of all the money on the inside horses. And of course, all of them are big prices right now. He's at 35 to 1. But the move back to the 2 lifetime makes this horse a contender. You got the 5 gray-haired Gus. He's the closer in here, though we've seen a couple of gate to wires in a row now, the last 2 races. But we saw some closers earlier, so a relatively fair track. He's at the mercy of the early pace. And if Cadillac Joe tries to shoot out from the rail, he's got to deal with Oliver Suddenly, who's got some speed off of the claim. So gray-haired Gus might have something to run at, especially if Cadillac Joe puts away that other speed and is running out there trying to get close to that 110 again. Everybody's going to get tired, and gray-haired Gus, who can sit back with that closing style, can get up and get a share. Billy at the Gate would be another one to consider. Remember, Bear already had his 1,000th win today. This one is going well. I mean, he's never missed the board, but this is probably the toughest field he's been up against. He did finish 2nd in his last race against Saratoga Warrior. Of course, you expect Saratoga Warrior to improve more than Billy at the Gate because that's that one's 2nd start, while this one's 4th start of the year. But he's going good right now. Tough to leave him out as well. He's another one to consider using in tries and super. So we start the late double with race number 7. Exacta, trifecta, and superfecta also available in here.
Horses on the track for race 7 from Finger Lakes. There's number 2, Saratoga Warrior in Cabercoa. Number 3, All of a Suddenly in Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Swift Bank, Jose Baez. Number 5, Gray Haired Gus, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, 2:30 a.m., Luis Perez. Number 7 is Sobieski and Nasario Alvarado. Number 8, Billy at the Gate, Jeremias Flores. And already on the turn, number 1, Cadillac Joe and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. An allowance race, non-winners of 2. The inside 2, top 2 in the betting market. Number 1, Cadillac Joe, 6 to 5. 8 to 5 on number 2, Saratoga Warrior. Swift Bank going up and in. Billy at the gate. Still have gray-haired Gus and 2:30 a.m. as well as Sobieski. Sobieski, the last to load up. They're all on the gate. And they're off. One came out without the jockey, gray-haired Gus. Gray-haired Gus came out without the jockey and is out of the race. It's Cadillac Joe who rushes out for the lead. 2:30 a.m. races in second. Followed up by Billy at the gate in third. All of a sudden, fourth. Swift Bank in some tight quarters in fifth. 4.5 off the lead. Saratoga Warrior improving up the inside. Able to fire on through at the fence. And of the horses still in the race, Sobieski's at the tail of the field and about 9 lengths off the lead. On to the turn. It's Cadillac Joe who has the lead by 3 parts of a length. 2:30 a.m. pestering in second. First quarter mile drilled at 22 and 4/5. Billy at the gate attempts to reach the top pair in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths is Saratoga Warrior fourth. And then it's all of a suddenly a Swift Bank who are wide. Sobieski's at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the stretch. Cadillac Joe shaking up. 2:30 a.m. Billy at the gates on the outside. Saratoga Warriors on the grandstand side. 2.5 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Billy at the gate, forging to the front. Saratoga Warriors outside second. And then it's 2:30 a.m. in deep stretch. It's Billy at the gate who leads by 1.5 lengths. Billy at the gate in front. Saratoga Warriors second. Then it was 2:30 a.m. close for fourth all of a suddenly. And Sobieski and the loose horse is behind the rest of the horses in this race. Stewards opposed to the inquiry sign. Let's take a look at what happened with gray-haired Gus, so please hold all tickets. No action was taken. Stewart's ruled that the 5 gray-haired Gus caused his own problem at the start. No action taken. 8-2-6-3. In race 7, Billy at the gate. Your winner. Billy at the gate. To the winner's circle, New York bred. 4-year-old Great Gelding by Mission Impassable out of Goldie's Princess. Paul Barrow, owner-trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. It's 2 wins on the day for trainer Paul Barrow and jockey Jeremiah Flores. $25.36 the winning mutual. Double $73.88. Exacta $121.84. 50-cent try $158.46. Super $256.39. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5 KS and Karma. Post time in about 20 minutes. May we direct your attention to the winner's circle, as we're going to honor trainer Paul Barrow. Picked up his 1,000th career win as a trainer with Hair on Fire in today's 4th race, and picked up career win number 1001 with Billy at the gate just now. Paul started training in 1991. His horses have earned over $14 million in career earnings. Some of his best horses include Saratoga Gyro, who earned over $350,000, Sweet Brown Sugar, $341,000, and one of his favorites, Boldly, who had almost $250,000. Congratulations to trainer Paul Barrow. 1,000 career wins, now 1,001 career wins as a trainer.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Looking back at the 7th, that was another win for trainer Paul Barrow. So he was going into today with one win away from 1,000. He wins 2 of them today, so it's win number 1,001. Flores, his regular rider, wins again for him, and that one was at 11-1, big price for Billy at the gate. We look at the last race. We scratched the 5, Chaos and Karma, and I'll tell you what, Barrow's a favorite to make it 3 in a day. I mean, this one, Unwoke, is a very logical horse in here off of a second place finish last time against similar horses. And he just missed the race before, stays at the same level. The field, if anything, is easier than the field that she faced last time, making it very logical. The only difference is it's a shorter distance of 5.5, but she's got tactical speed that'll keep her close up with the early pace, and she's a strong player. She's at odds of 9-5, one of the 2 favorites. The other favorite would be on the inside, Classy West. This is out of West Coast Girl. Interesting enough, that's a Medaglia d'Oro dam. That dam sold for $725,000 as a yearling. Now, this one's only had 1 start, flashed a little bit of speed, didn't take much money, went off at odds of 9-1 before fading. They only paid $5,000 for this horse, but we'll add Lasix after that race, and you'd expect this horse to improve second time out going from the rail. The 7 Yearning, kind of like Unwoke, you can make a good case for this horse, at least to hit the top 3. I mean, he's hit the board the last 3 times in the same condition, last time finishing well behind Unwoke. Unwoke beat this one by a few lengths. One of the cases you could make, it was 6 furlongs, and this horse was the one that rushed up there to do a quick first quarter in 22 and change. So maybe it was the early pace that caught up to her in that race. It looked like it was going to be a race without speed, that she might be able to inherit the lead, but she actually was pushed a little bit hard after that, and maybe that was her undoing that race. Different pace scenario today. It's a shorter distance. Yearning certainly plays. She's at 4-1. The only other one I thought might have an outside win chance would be the 8, Only La Deuce, only because this horse drops from a special weight. Last race wasn't good, but does come out of a race that a couple of them came out of it, and did stumble at the start in that race. Same race that Eddie Marie race that the 1 comes out of. But the previous 2 starts, she hit the board, not just this level, but also against special weights, even though she was well beaten. She's not out of it, and she's certainly a threat to at least make it into your try and super. So this race will conclude the day. Just a reminder, we go 1:15 tomorrow. It's the last day that we go a little bit earlier, 1:15, before we go back to 1 o'clock every day. Jackie Davis will be my guest again on the early show. That'll be about 12:15, so you want to tune in a little bit earlier. And then, of course, the day starts with the card with that 1:15 first post.
Coming on the track for the eighth and final from Finger Lakes, there's the two Sweet Carol James and Chris Russell. Number 3 is Cruise In to Win, Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Number 4 is Unwoke with Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Lady Mercia, Hemin Harkey. Number 7, Yearning, Kevin Navarro. And number 8, Only La Das with Emmanuel de Diego. Post time for the 8th and final in just a few minutes. And there's Classius, by the way, who's already on the turn with Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares are at the gate for race number 8 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Inside filly number 1, Classy West. Current favorite at 6-5, 2-1 number 4, Unwoke, 7-2 number 7, Yearning. Sweet Carol James going up. Lady of Mercia, Yearning, and Only Ladus. 2 out. Yearning goes in, Only Ladus to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Good start, Only Ladus, but it will be Classy West who has the most natural early speed and gets out to the front end. Lady of Mercy is in second. Unwoke races third. Sweet Carol James prompting up the inside in fourth. Yearning 3 wide in fifth. Then in sixth, that's Cruise in to win. 5.5 lengths off the lead and 2 lengths to Only Ladus, who's at the tail of the field. Classy West has pressure from Unwoke on the outside. And then in third, Lady of Mercia. Yearning is outside in fourth, passing Sweet Carol James, relegated back to fifth. Only Ladus is out of last. And Cruise in to win now in the seventh in trailing position. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and Unwoke takes over from Classy West, and then a big space of about 7 lengths to Yearning, and Only Ladus are outside third and fourth. They got 3/16 to go. It's Unwoke who's in charge in upper stretch. Unwoke opens up by 6 lengths. Classy West is in second, Yearning third, Only Ladus in fourth, but the outcome's been decided here. It's Unwoke. Give trainer Paul Barrow 3 wins in the day. Give jockey Jeremiah Flores a hat trick as well. Yearning second, Classy West third, fourth, Only Ladus. Four, 7-1-8, number 4, Unwoke was first. In the winner's circle, number 4, Unwoke, New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut filly by Lord Nelson out of Time Warp. Joseph Boff and Daniel Del Mastro, the ownership. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. 3 Diamonds Farm bred Unwoke. 3 wins in the card for Paul Barrow. And 3 wins for jockey Jeremias Flores. $3.68 the winning mutual. Double $78.80. Exacta $6.46. Trifecta $4.21. Dime Super $2.04. Pick 3 $32.79. Pick 4 404 $1,860.68. There's big news at the bottom of the page. Pick 5 carryover going into tomorrow. That's the late pick 5. $17,049.87. Programs available online to start handicapping for the entire Wednesday card at fingerlakesgaming.com. But a pick 5 carryover, $17,049 and change going into the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. 8th and final in the books on a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First post, the final 1:15 p.m. post time of the summer. 1:15 p.m. first post tomorrow here at Finger Lakes. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.